Matamari e kia tātou katoa, no mai haere mai ki tā tātou hui kaupira. Warm welcome to Manahiri in the room today. We also have Fiona King online for presentation, and anyone who is beaming in or watching back on our live stream, Guy, council staff and elected members. I'll formally open our council meeting with our council prayer. Tēnei tātou. Ka tupu mātou kia kahawai ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri hia mo te kaunihira o te iku o tika ki te mahi me te ngākau auaha, me te hakamahi ngā pūkenga me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga me te ngāhakataunga kia katūri ai te tahi hapori e mata tika ana, e tūpotahi ana kamutu ka hapiri anu i te oranga o ko tātou rohe, ka hakatau anō i ngā take o te rohe i runga i te tika me te pono. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. We have apologies for lateness from Councillor Stephen Nelly and Councillor Tari Pliskovic. And we'll also note apologies from Bay of Islands Vulnerable Community Board Chair Belinda Ward, please. If I could get a seconder for those. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. All those in favour say aye. Those extensions, that is carried. Just by way of a few mural announcements, in the Maramataka Māori today is Okoro, which is a good moon phase, and hopefully that goodness is flowing all the way through to my dad, who is a competitor for this year's Snapper Bonanza, and I'm hoping he brings home that $30,000 prize money. But on that note, I'm looking forward to a really great meeting today, and it's a big meeting with quite a few things on the agenda, but really just wanted to highlight that right now we have added pressure for our district for people that physically get here unless you come by air or by sea, and that's because we still have the Manamoka Gorge closed. That's that Highway 1 affecting the 20,000 plus residents of our Te Hiku ward, and then we also have the Brenduans, our main gateway to Northland, closed for repairs until just before Easter. Despite that though, the Far North has been humming, and so it's been amazing to see a number of significant events on across our district during this closure period, starting with our Maunganui Waterfront Festival, our Cruising in the Bays event, which was across the Far North, and then this week the Snapper Bonanza. So to all of those Far North movers and shakers who have been putting these events on, bringing visitors in, thank you very much, and all the best to our anglers at the Snapper Bonanza for the remainder of this week. Copies of the agenda are available on our Far North District Council website. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed on our Far North District Council YouTube and Facebook pages. And just a reminder that we now have this 360 camera here. When you're speaking, Councillor, it will zoom in on your face, but also if you make any particular rustling noises, it will also zoom in automatically. So if you're whispering about someone, then the camera will be seen. So just keep that in mind when you are with your conduct for today. With that, we will get into our deputations. Our first deputation will go actually, because you can see Fiona King there, first Mayor of the Far North's meeting room at Must-Be Te Ahu. Fiona is going to be giving a deputation regarding the Drainage Committee updates. Fiona, I'm happy to pass the time over to you for your deputation.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the time again to do this deputation. I did the same thing last year, and you'll see on my paperwork that you should have in front of you the presentation that was in last year, so I won't go over that because it was there before. March 2024, I've done an update for you. Mr. Finch has left and unfortunately left some unknown and unfinished business for all of us to fathom out. I'd like to thank Tanya Proctor, who's been lumped into this, and we're very grateful for her help, and we're working with her and moving forward just in the past months and yesterday's drainage meetings that we had in Kaitaia. Mr. Finch had advertised for a drainage specialist, but unfortunately he didn't have anyone to fill his position, which has left us with any supervision. And now with Mr. Finch gone, it's actually been loaded on Tanya to actually try and get this to work. She's changed the description and is advertising again and across different areas rather than just on the Gets advertisement page. The contracts this year have been very frustrating because we haven't been able to get them out or to get PO orders, etc. out until this last month. The final spray contract, which should have been happening in November, has only just gone out now. So the areas in the far north miss out on their first spray program, and hopefully have this program completed before the rain. Tanya is working on a 3-year program which will simplify things a lot better for us. That's starting in July, and hopefully have a contract so contractors and the committees will know where they're at way before we need to actually get the work started. The machine cleaning will still be on a if needed basis, because it's not something you can actually just say where it's going to happen. So it's run under the contingency budget. The bylaws, unfortunately, we still have no enforcement from FNDC. Any RFSs for land drainage don't seem to be dealt with. They don't seem to come back to the committee or to the Tanya or Mr. Finch. We have massive amounts of diversions of drains, blocking drains, adding new drains to the schemes, creating irrigation dams within the schemes, and they're all reported to the committee and also sent in as RFSs, but still no actions. I'm not sure how we're going to deal with that, but the suggestions yesterday with Tanya is that it's possible for the new role of the drainage specialist to be able to enforce the bylaws. So let's hope that works through, because there is a massive amount of that, but that person is going to need council support legally from the legal team, etc., because we're dealing with big firms that are installing avocado orchards, changing drains, adding on drains, and I'm not sure how, well, I'm sure that our committee and our funding cannot cover those sorts of enforcements and the legal process that you would have to take them through. The next thing is that Mr. Finch had through this year said that NRC requested him to have a resource consent for the drainage districts. For us, we only have 4 drainage districts in Te Huku. Kaipara has approximately 40. I'm not sure why NRC is pushing for FNDC in this instance to go forward in a hurry. One, we don't have the finances, and it would actually have to be a consultation agreement with the ratepayers, because the rate will be a massive increase. To date, Mr. Finch had gone ahead and engaged Ledeka environmental planner Martel Ledeka. He had also engaged Patel Delmore and Partners Limited to look into the drainage schemes. Unfortunately, their idea of our drainage schemes in the brief that I had is not complete with what was actually out there. He engaged Calvin Knapp as an engineer to be involved in it as well, and also do a report on part of the Waihara district drainage channels and contours. That report we actually haven't seen yet, and I have requested it from council. We have had drainage meetings with Mr. Finch, and now, with Mr. Finch, the chairpersons, Councillor Foy, Martel, Kaipara council staff, called Melissa and Mr. Crump. And we have followed up another meeting with Colin Dale from NRC. It was a...
We've got a couple of minutes if you could start wrapping up, please.
That's what I was just going to say. So it was agreed that these systems need cleaning. Cleaning the system is a permitted activity, but a controlled activity comes into place when discharging into waterways. The Northland schemes are too small and cannot afford the consenting process so far because the incomes are only between 8 and 35,000. The Kaiaia scheme is larger but complicated by the urban stormwater drains that either flow into the land drainage or the Awanui flood protection scheme. The decisions were to piggyback on the Kaipara district once there are 40 odd schemes connected, to be connected, work with the Kaipara district on plans and keep them the same, ask NRC to do a plan change and allow the original schemes to be totally permitted activity. We've asked FNDC to send a delegation to the NRC to discuss the plan change, and we need the FNDC to continue with the management plans. We've also asked FNDC to help to fund the resource consent process from general rate stormwater if we are successful with this plan, as it is unaffordable to the drainage areas. The other point I wanted to raise is urban stormwater because it's interlinked with the river management here. And we need to see an FNDC representative at those committee meetings and have a full understanding where the renewal program and replacement of floodgates, etc., are going to go into the river, because Kaiaia is totally dependent on that scheme to actually have any water removed from the urban area. While that river is full, no water will leave the Kaiaia urban area. The last thing is our rating, QV, the QV rating system. They're in our district right now, and changes in the values are happening. And I know of one or two over $1 million change in land value. It's always the debate, land value versus capital value, but this will affect our land drainage rates and any other rates as FNDC will need to credit people with the rates that they have already been paying, and this will affect whatever budgets you have for the next following year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your deputation and your update to us on your drainage committees, Fiona. I very much appreciate that, and we'll be taking that up with Tanya. We'll now go on to our second deputation. Do we have Gary Lees here? Yes. Gary is here to with a deputation representing the Maunganui Cemetery Committee. Happy to pass the time over to you, Gary. Welcome.
Hello, guys. I'm Gary Lees. This is John Drew. We represent the Maunganui Cemetery Committee. We're here seeking assistance, basically, from you guys. We recently went to a funding round for the funding board, and we were referred to you because we're running into a situation. We've been taking care of the cemetery in Maunganui, which is, I'll repeat myself a little bit from the last meeting, but the Maunganui Cemetery is much, much greater than the little white picket fence that you're used to seeing. We actually have an additional 20 acres adjacent, and we have the original cemetery down the road that we also care for. Our operating budget is zero, and we're supposed to be funded by selling plots, which is not a big business. We make a very small amount of money. So what's happening is, over the years, it's always been managed by a lot of donations, a lot of people doing things for cost. And those times are drawing to an end. And a lot of the people like John, who have been doing this for a very long time, are now getting into their 70s and even 80s, some of our members. And so we are finding it more and more difficult to function financially. We're seeking advice. Our thought was to continue as we are. We would really be desirous of getting an operating budget and some kind of an annual amount of money. We sort of came up with $10,000 a year to allow us to continue forward without having to go and seek little bits of money all the time for every single thing we do. It's a pretty big operation, our particular cemetery. I wanted to pass, can I pass something out to you guys? Is that?
If you pass it on to Emery, she can.
This is just the notes from a meeting we just had 2 days ago to discuss this. And there's a few little pertinent points in there. Sort of one of our possibilities was, and I've got maps of the cemetery system here, if anybody's seeing them. A large 20-acre piece that we take care of, we had the pines taken off it, and we got some money for that some years ago. And we gradually spent that trying to develop that property and tidy up the area, but it's a really huge undertaking. And for us, we would need some assistance. So we're really seeking guidance from you guys. We're obviously seeking funding from you guys, and any other assistance you can offer.
Thank you very much, Gary. We do have time for questions. Deputy Minister Stratford and then Councillor Paul.
Gary, so you mentioned removing the pines. What other maintenance costs do you incur?
This is in terms of the bare block of land. So we've got our regular maintenance cost for our regular cemetery, which is painting our fences, mowing, spraying, all of those operational, which is really the primary thrust of asking for regular money, is for that daily use for cemetery activity. What happens with having this 20 acres that we're in charge of is that we're spending a lot of effort and time to try and clear that and create something usable. The local farmer has talked about grazing it, so there's been some thrust towards that. So the cost that we are incurring is actually clearing it, then we're getting all of our fencing done, and we're also working towards having an area around the outside of the property that we can access to mow and maintain. So a couple of annual mows on what has been cleared at the moment, some spraying and some fencing on that particular part.
Councillor Paul.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for coming down. Like you, I also look after a cemetery. I've done that for 30 years.
So you know something.
Just for my clarification, is this a council-owned cemetery?
Crown land.
Crown.
It's cemetery reserve, and it basically was originally administered by the council or the Wanganui Council, but they stopped administrating it in 1982, but they still took funding from it, and the current cemetery committee was set up in 1995 because at that particular stage it was teaching and gorse up to 12-foot high growing in the old 30-year-old cemeteries. It's actually full, though it appears to be mainly grass. I think we've got about records of about 33 graves that are actually in there. Because in the early days, they put wooden framing around a lot of the graves and a bit of a fire went through there, and then someone actually towed a set of giant discs through there too at one stage. Anyway, we've got that tidy, exact tidy, and then we've got the other Wanganui Cemetery. We've got our parking was across the road, but that's turned into a metal dump for Hogan now, which I'm sure council would support them having that facility there. But so we're competing with them a little bit as far as parking for our cemetery goes. So we have actually started developing some of the land after the trees were cut down, with a view to trying to put it into some form of pasture or something that can be grazed, or perhaps mowed a couple of times a year and that type of thing. So that's what we've been doing. We have had some funding for part of that. But as Gary said, it's over 20 acres, and we've got neighbours that say, why isn't the boundary clear? You know, you've got all this growth and that. So we've just done a boundary clearance. We've got a rear part of the fence of this land that the neighbour has been talking about a subdivision and that part of the boundary fence is in the wrong place. So that's going to have to be relocated at some stage too. So it is ongoing. There is always costs involved. Better than it was. It was just a big fire hazard before. So yeah, that's why we would like some assistance. It's possible.
Can I offer a comment? Not meant to be a Q, it's meant to be a Q question. Our cemetery also has a large block and we lease that, and the money we get off the lease covers our operational costs.
Yes.
So what we do and have done in the past is we've applied to various specific capital grants. And the reason I'm telling you that is some of your things are capital and some of them are operational. So for the interest of accounting and keeping it clean, I would strongly encourage you, if you need to build a fence, apply for a grant, a capital grant.
Yes, that's what we've been doing.
Yeah, keep them quite separate.
Yeah, the problem for us is that that's only allowing us to do those things. And as people are getting older and we're getting less and less assistance, now we're coming up against the day-to-day problem of, the weed spraying, all of those things that everybody's been doing. It's more and more difficult now to deal with all that. So where that cost is basically focused is on that day-to-day running of the cemetery.
Thank you very much. And thank you for what you do. That's amazing.
We sold 9 plots, I think, in 2023, so that was our total income,
Gary and John, thank you very much for your deputation to council. I'll be honest with you, I don't know all that much about cemeteries and how they run. And we're lucky to have a councillor Court who is what's the official title? Guardian of the
Hungary Cemetery.
But we have 11 active cemeteries that are in our asset register, for want of a better word. And I actually don't know too much about how they're funded and they're run, so I need to do some homework in this space. What I'll ask you to do, though, is that when we go out for our long-term plan consultation in a couple of weeks' time, if you are formally requesting this council to consider funding the cemetery, that would be the appropriate time to also put a submission into our long-term plan. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
We also have John Morris, who is here with a deputation to council representing the Rangitane Residents Association regarding agenda item 6.2. And John, thank you to pass the floor over to you.
Marina, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Kia ora, mihi mai koa ki a koe, mō te wā, I tēnei rā mei te tuku wāhi ki te wharero. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is John Morris. I've thought fairly to read to the council. I'm here as a representative of the Rangitane Residents Association, which is known to a few people in this room. We are concerned that requests for nominations by Judge Laurie Newhook, the Rangitane Maritime Development Expert Consenting Panel, may contain some elements of bias. Being unable to have a say in the matter, we feel that it's imperative that the council has a voice in this panel that will represent the views of the residents of Rangitane. We have serious concerns, and the fact that there is no possibility of significant consultation under this legislation is disappointing. Ignoring community wishes and riding roughshod over the RMA seems a poor way to represent the community, which has suffered considerably for the last 4 years as a result of the rather heavy-handed approach that Far North Holdings in respect of the Rangitane have used. Let me state for the record that the Rangitane community do not want this reclamation project to go ahead. The scale of it is excessive for the needs of the wider community. We submit that all that is required is an upgrade of the existing facility. This, we believe, would be a better use of tax and ratepayers' money at a time when national resources seem to be under considerable pressure, and not waste it on some fiscally irresponsible vanity project. Maururu koe mo taurua. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are you happy to take any
I
questions?
was happy to take questions if there should be any.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation.
Here it is.
We have another deputation which will be in the public excluded this meeting regarding living East Avenue from Monmouth. So that is the end of our deputation for today. And we'll get into our first item on the agenda, item 5.1, the confirmation of previous minutes on page 6. If I could get a move. Thank you, Councillor Akina, seconded by Councillor Vucic. Akina will highlight Councillor Vucic, members. Councillor Allen.
Should we just talk about the minutes? Yeah, I just want to mention that we did a workshop on motive with the NTA. I did ask the question, why is it the rural line being tarseed 6.5 kilometres? Why are not Wapples? And I find it difficult to compare that road with Hills Road, Oakwood Road, Oakwood Road, and even Spains Road. And I was expecting some information back, but I haven't got it. So if you're here, NTA, I need information on this, because the word is going around in my town that, oh, there's a person who works for the Farnborough District Council that lives on that road, and that's why it's being tarsealed. Well, you know, that's what's going on. So all I want, Michael, is information from NTA.
Councillor Roach, a point of order has been called.
Simple. Simple.
But we will get follow-up.
You can do that, please. Thank you.
All right, we'll put the recommendation to vote for item 5.1. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, the motion is carried. We will go to item 7.1, our community board minutes on page 142. The recommendation is that council notes our minutes from our 3 community boards, including an extraordinary meeting of our Tiku community board. I'm happy to move if I could get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hall. I will pass over the time to our chairs, starting with our Tiku community board chair.
Thank you, Gabriel. So the minutes are reviewable together, and we did support several events in our area. And we heard from a cemetery people this morning, and we did fund that committee of 5,280 for some operational costs. So that was a plus. So I just wanted to call to your attention that I attended the drainage district meetings yesterday, the 3 of them. I actually only appointed to one of the boards, but I did attend the other 2 just to see what the impact was. And I heard very frustrated, a lot of frustrated farmers. And they're all volunteers on these committees. And the frustrations, this has been going on for some time now, and hopefully we'll have an outcome soon, because some of them were not going to attend the September meeting because there's been no outcome. So I said, please come to the September meetings. I'm sure we'll start having some outcomes by then. So hopefully the new system, Tanya Proctor now, will be a way forward for the time. So, and the bylaws aren't getting addressed either. So one of the issues is that I don't know whether there's been resource consents issue or an avocado farm that's going up in the farm, but the salting, the created a dam, and silt from the dam was coming through into the drains. The drains had been sprayed and has flooded some of their farm areas, and I mean hundreds of hectares, or acres I should say, of farmland, which is not on. So this is the frustration. They're big ratepayers, the farmers. They need to be looked after. So hopefully this is a way forward from now on. Thank you. And the other thing I want to draw your attention, we as a board, as you know, we've done the 25-year town plan for Kaitoia, looking forward. And to complement that town plan, we've had a parking plan done, or a review. So we're yet to review that as a board. And once we've reviewed that with consultants who did the plan, we will be adopting that, and it'll be up in the elected meeting. That's it.
Thank you very much. We'll move over to our Kaipui Hill County Community Board Chair, Judy Ratkin.
Kia ora koutou. Just from our last meeting, we've established a Right for Life working group, and that is in an effort to reduce some of the frustration with residents in our area with bikes and cars and speed and accidents waiting to happen. So that group will remain a working group that I'll be a part of. They are planning an event shortly to encourage some of our rangatahi to come along and get licences, and just a bit of an effort to educate some of our community members about licensing and speed limits and such like. And the other thing that's quite exciting that's coming to fruition in our area is the Whakahawaipi Sportsville complex down on Recreation Road. That will be opening in early April. So looking forward to that being a cool event for our community. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you very much. Councillor Court is our representative on the Bay Islands Vulnerable Community Board, with our chair absent. I wondered if you wanted to highlight anything in particular.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy to open the floor to members. Councillor Hauke Harumi.
Kia ora, tēnā tātou katoa. Me ana kia tātou I te ata nei. Me ana ki ngā kai kōrero I te ata nei, kia koe whae Fiona. He tino tāonga tēnei wahine mo te hiku o te ika. Pāwhai ana I ngā wā katoa kia whakapai, ngā drains, I te mea he wāhi waipoke mātou, I roti te hiku, ki te kore ēnei drains e kere e pai, ka tino raru ngā kāinga o te hiku. And ki ngā tangata hoki kai tiaki o te urupā, o Manganui, me koutou o Rangitāne, nā mihi kia koutou ia, hara mai ki Waimea mātou. I just really want to say what an asset it is to us as a council that we've got so many community groups doing great things within our community, and he pai ka tautoko, we should be tautoko. We should tautoko the action that they do. And especially for the drainage committees that are in the far north, and listening to, for me, it's not about just the farmers. It's really about that, you know, we are living in a flood zone in Te Hiku, and that if those drains aren't kept clear all year round, several times a year, I mean, I'm only getting educated on this, but the frustration that I hear from these committees, I just find it very sad. So really happy to tautoko the work that Tanya Proctor will be doing, but I think that, you know, in the last 18 months, I've just heard so many excuses why it hasn't been done, and the repercussions of when things haven't been done. I just hope that Tanya gets the staffing support that's required to make these things happen. We're so lucky to have Fiona leading this kaupapa, you know, and that, you know, we should utilise this expertise within our communities all the time. Hoi nana, ngā mihi kia koutou i haramai. You didn't come to hear your kōrero is not on deaf ears. And so I thank you.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Haki Harawira, Deputy Mayor Strickford.
Kia ora. When I was reading through the minutes, I noted a report on each of them, summary of applications July, December 2023. And I've asked for that report to come to as a extra report for us to read around the table, because it shows a breakdown of the community board grants that have been granted at each board, and the good work that those community board members are doing around that table, making decisions which are help lifting up and delivering outcomes in the community. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And also, while I'm talking to the community board chairs, just thank you very much for having us at your workshop last week, the week before. It was really awesome. Hadn't been to one in this term, actually, because I've been so busy, and I really enjoyed being in your space. It reminded me why we do what we do. So kia ora.
Thank you for that. We'll put item 7.1 to the vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstentions, the motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.1, 18. Options analysis for financial contributions. The recommendation is that Council approve the development of a draft financial contributions chapter, which is to be incorporated into the district plan through a plan change after the proposed district plan becomes operative. Could be a move for this. Councillor Foy and a seconder.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Strickford.
Clarification, you moving an ultimate recommendation?
No, the one that's in the agenda.
Just you said after.
It is after.
Mistake.
It's surprising for me too, Councillor Court. Rhonda, for you and your staff, is there anything you wanted to highlight, or happy to just take questions?
Sorry, I'm sorry, just on the paper itself, I'll just briefly just talk through it. So we are actually just putting forward a request to council to put in a chapter for financial contributions into the district plan. So really today is actually seeking the approval. In the paper it's put forward, we've put forward 3 options. One, bring in financial contributions as part of the district plan process that's happening right now. Do it post as is the recommendation, and that other one is don't do a financial contributions chapter in the district plan. So we can take some questions, can be directed to me, and I'll probably direct those to Nadine and Tammy. Nadine will talk on the details of the actual chapter itself and just some mechanics about it. She wrote the options assessment, and Tammy will talk about the proposed district plan process and just what that means in the district. So happy to take questions.
Thank you, Roger. We'll go to Councillor Foy.
Well, I'm not sure if the authors of the report, Nadine, I can see behind Roger, is going to speak to her report or not. But based on the report and the information provided, I'd just like to thank the staff for bringing this to us. We've had extreme frustration from our council of not having development contributions implemented for many years, even though that was a direct instruction from our governance to implement them. So it is great to see a progress of a mechanism to collect funds from people that demand infrastructure. If people don't pay for the infrastructure, then we don't have the funds to actually implement that and alpha growth. What does concern me is the process of appeals for the financial contributions chapter that has been appealed by other councils in New Zealand. And in terms of that process, I think that it's important under the new government that is actually highlighted as an impediment to allow councils to get on with helping their community because of appeals for individuals that affect the public good at large. I think that's a direct proposal that we should put to our current ministers to restrict appeal limits on financial contributions chapters within district plans, as well as change the Local Government Act, back to the wording under the 2002 development contributions definition to allow our council to not be challenged and to not have the pipeline of works affected from legal challenges from individuals in our community. I think that the current government will be very supportive of that, and I can see Councillor Kleskovich there nodding that we need to have support from our government to get on with actually fixing our infrastructure. So thank you to the staff and thank you to the new managers of our planning department and Nadine for bringing this to us today.
I just want to give some credit to Brian Mackin as well. She's been heavily involved with the DC work for that as well.
Deputy Mayor Stratford, then Councillor Vucic.
I actually wanted to explore a little more the option that's not in the the option that's talked about in the paper, but not in the recommendation, to develop financial contributions to fit in with the proposed district plan process as a plan variation. You mentioned in the report that the costs of that would be part of, like, just fall it. Yeah, if you perhaps, Tammy, could tell us a bit more about those costs in comparison to doing plan change at the end.
Yep.
The cheaper.
Thank you. So one of the potential cost-saving mechanisms is, for example, when we're doing the variation to correct some minor omissions and errors, is that you have to notify all ratepayers, for example. So, for example, there's costs with that, postage and these days. So what that means is if we do it as part of the variation process, then obviously that's a one-off cost that we were going to do anyway. However, it's kind of potentially cost neutral because the fact that the proposed district plan team is working very heavily, and we're also using consultants for the process to support that currently. There is no capacity in-house to do the financial contributions chapter, so we are having to use the services of a consultant. So then there's those costs. Your hearing costs exist regardless of which process you do it in. You still have to pay for the panel to sit. So it's probably in a way cost neutral. It's just whether those costs are internal or external. That makes sense.
So just a further question, please. We'd have to pay a consultant in theory to do the work later anyway.
Well, there could be capacity in the team. So if you were doing it as a plan change post the plan becoming operative, then it could be that resources in the team are released, depending on the scale of the issue, and there would be capacity for an in-house planner to do the work. Also to be aware, because of the fact of the urgency of wanting to be able to support this process, we have engaged a consultant to already work on it. So we do have budget within this financial year, so some of the work can still be done regardless. It would just be probably updating the work to reflect where we were at that point we were going to notify. For example, if further work had been done on DCs, we may find that a lot of the things we were proposing to do in the financial contributions chapter may have become redundant over time.
Timmy, while you're there, quickly pass to Councillor Vucic. And I not directed at staff, but just directed at the universe, at my frustration that for my very short period of time on this council, we have constantly said that we need developers to be contributing in some way, shape or form to our infrastructure. We don't have sound enough asset management programs to be able to win in court if a developer takes us, if we wanted to have a development contributions policy. So until we get that set up, we can't get a development contributions policy in. Financial contributions was the saving grace, is something we could potentially capture within our district plan right now so that we can still have some form of income to help alleviate the infrastructure pressures and costs that we as a council face. If we were to do that, it's going to cost us a lot of money to try and get it in right now. The recommendation is for us to do it after the proposed district plan becomes operative. It is currently the year 2024. We have hearings this year. Next year, potentially before we get ready, before elections, potentially after, so possibly a new council, will have the district plan come back to the table to stamp it off. Then we have to wait for that appeals period with the environmental court and things like that. If there are things that come up, that can take up to 1 or 2 years. So we're now in the year 2027, when our plan would potentially become operative. Then once it's operative, I think it was maybe a year to go through the process for a plan change to create a financial contributions chapter, hearings and everything like that. So we're now looking at about the year 2028 before we'd be getting contributions to our infrastructure in this council. I think I decided to run for council in 2018. That was now a decade. And I crystal ball gaze. I don't know if I'll hold out for that long, sitting in this seat. But I'm frustrated at the universe with the incredibly long, drawn out processes, systems and tools we have available to us, which just continue to hurt the people of the far north and what we need and what we have to get over the line. Now, if we were to, Tammy, my question is around that timing. Is it possible for us to try and capture that, to cut the years off the timeline? That's my hypothetical timeline of 2028, whereby we were able to, but have to pay for it with consultants as you've raised, but there's still some costs that we'll have to go through in any case, or the next council will have to decide on. But is there any way that we could capture this hearings process so that financial contributions as a part of the operative district plan in 2026 or so?
We certainly have looked at it as an option, and we've looked at how that could work feasibly. What we've worked out is we would have to accept as an organisation that we wouldn't be following best practice for initiating such a potentially significant chapter affecting our district and our developers, for example, and landowners. So what it would mean is we just meet the obligations of the Act. So we wouldn't go and do any engagement with our communities pre-notification. We would do the minimum of what the Act requires in terms of engagement with iwi. So we would only have time available to us to basically say, here's the draft, let us know what you think within, say, like a 2-week period. It would be very, if anything basically goes wrong, so if there's a slippage in any step that we've worked out, we don't have capacity to cater for that without delaying the overall variation, which would then have a knock-on effect to the overall district plan completion date.
Tammy, can I ask a question? What was the forecasted revenue from financial contributions per year?
Direct that one to Nadine.
Thank you. Forecasted revenue, we don't have specific figures yet.
We have some
round figures to work towards. So based on current consenting rates and on the basis that all of the lots that come out of that would be subject to a financial contribution payment, and for all of the infrastructure types being covered, that is, within 1 minute. And the process undertaken, you could be looking at amounts, so if it's for 350 new lots or new separately rated units, based on a fixed table following a similar process to say what Funded A has done, 1 million, 1.9 up to 12 million, depending on if you do it based on the replacement value of assets.
What was the annual? 1.9 million.
1.9 million is a minimum based on what Funded A did.
We use the minimum there. So doing it before will buy us couple of years worth of it being active. Now, 1.9 million, so say 2 million times 2 is 4 million that we would potentially get in revenue to help with our infrastructure a couple of years before, waiting until after the district plan becomes operative. What I'm trying to do is weigh up the costs of not having best practice, of not being able to fully consult with our people, with the added costs of having to externalise this with consultants, with the potential revenue to help us get our infrastructure up to standard and alleviate the pressure that our final ratepayers are having. Now, $4 million is the minimum I just heard, made up and advice that those couple of years earlier. I sit here and I am anxious to support the recommendation that's in this paper. When I weigh up that sort of thing, I take into account the consultation and all of that sort of things, but at the same time, I think the people of the Far North have been demanding some form of development contribution or financial contribution for a long time. I also think that in our last LTP, we actually asked that question and they supported it, and we're still waiting. So I'm trying to weigh all of these things up, and because I don't feel comfortable, I probably am going to vote against this recommendation. And I'm thinking in my mind about how we can.
Do you want to make it?
I think that this is contrary to Standing Order 22.5, but you want to. We'll foreshadow it and we'll get advice afterwards. So Deputy Mayor Stratford has foreshadowed an amendment to approve the development of a draft financial contributions chapter to the district plan. That's only if this one fails will we take the foreshadow. We might want to work on that wording. We'll pass over to Councillor Vucic.
Thank you, Member. You actually have touched on one of my points. So one of the key things I just want to, I actually agree that we need a lot of financial contributions. I've argued whatever form. I was concerned about the time frame, and then what was going through that detail, so I won't go there. And we see what we're losing about $2 million a year. So I won't say at that point. But the other one is I just wanted to read the caution. And it touched on, even though it was off topic, when Councillor Ford talked about DCs, and this is FC, financial contributions, but it's a good point that the DCs can be challenged if we don't show clearly and know our assets and what we need. And I would say that what we're going to do here, financial contributions, that we put that same diligence in here so that we can actually show where the costs have been. Otherwise, we could find being challenged as well. So that's just a word of caution there. So do that. Do it. I'd like to see the financial contributions start immediately and be in place. And I do understand we do collect financial contributions, and we've done that one-on-one. So that's my question. Is that correct? Because that might be offsetting some of the $2 million.
Can I just repeat that question?
Sorry?
Can you just repeat the question?
Yeah, currently we have asked for financial contributions and got it. Usually it's one-on-one development agreements. So that still applies. And if that's the case, what is really the figure? Is it going to be $2 million a year? That we potentially could lose with the delays, or actually collecting a significant portion now?
I'm not able to answer the question with specific figures, but I can confirm having financial contributions does not remove the have developer agreements in place. Those will continue, and developer agreements can be quite broad. They may not be just contributions of money, but they may include contributions of land or building operations that will take them up.
So they're not a far reaching yet, I agree. Anyway, that's my comments.
Councillor McNally.
Yeah, I was just after clarification of that, but John's covered some of that. Development contributions require us to have growth planned and we're about to spend the money. Financial contributions don't require that growth element, but we have the developer agreements in place already for larger developments which we've been collecting for. That's correct, isn't it, Nadine? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Ford for a right of reply.
Thank you, Member Ford. I've got two questions and I've moved the current recommendation. However, I concur with our Mayor Mokoa and also the current tabled chairman amendment. However, I would like to ask the two questions in order to gauge capability and capacity of our staff to deliver within those timeframes. So my first question would be, if we did do option 1A to do it as part of the current proposed district plan process, do we have the current capacity within our organisation in order to do that, or consultants within that aligned timeframe based on this timeline here on page 24? And the second question I have is the recommendation in option 1B, which is the current motion that we're debating, talks about the operative plan. Can you please talk about the timeframes if we were to do that when the plan became partly operative instead of fully operative, because that matters are discussed within the options paper and the timeframes to allow for the appeals, and if we started the process instead when the plan became partly operative.
Thank you. I think you raised a very good question there, Councillor Foy. It will put tremendous pressure on staff and consultants to achieve those timeframes. There's also a role for elected members in this as well, so we will need to heavily workshop to actually come up with a framework that is reported by informed by elected members as well. So when we've been talking, for example, about potential financial gains, I'm not too sure if that's based on a district-wide financial contributions framework. We've not yet nailed down whether we'd be catchment-based, if we'd be targeting just high-growth areas, if we'd be targeting urban, if we're going for rural. So until we know, obviously, also impact on Māori landowners, we don't know, obviously, the level of engagement feedback we'll get on those topics. So there's a lot of unknowns, which does create a lot of uncertainty as to whether these timeframes are achievable, even best endeavoured.
The second question was about the plan becoming partly operative and commencing the process at that time instead of when it's fully operative, which would be upon the conclusion of appeals.
So you do have the option that when you get to a certain point in time of addressing your appeals, you can make a decision to make the plan partly operative. So, for example, this organisation last time with the last plan, council decisions were in 2003. Appeals don't take this long anymore. It was a long time ago, but there was a time lag between 2003 and 2007. You do have a mechanism under the Act that you can do variations. Your plan becomes between. Another thing I'd just like to also clarify that it could be potentially that you could do a plan change within that.
Can grow a baby in 9 months.
I would hit the right of reply.
Through the chair, can I just raise a few points? Just on an 18, we have a workshop scheduled for the 29th of March with the councillors. In that workshop, we have to sort out everything that needs to go into the financial contributions policy. So that is, and if we can't get to that there, we cannot meet these timeframes to get a variation put into the district plan. So we have to walk away from that workshop with every detail ironed out for a financial contributions policy. So these questions that Tammy just raised of, is it district-wide, is it localised, what is it, how far is the processing schedule, and then complexity range that goes from very simplistic to very complex. All this gets sorted out in that workshop for us to put it back to the consultant, bring a chapter into the district plan. So these are real timeframes and there is no slack. So we missed that, and we're pretty much going to be stuck with a plan change situation anyway. Or you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, or we are deferring the district plan to slide in another variation later in the district plan process. So just want to clarify something, which I'm not sure was answered. We discussed this beforehand about the time difference between getting the district plan policy subject to appeals. We don't know what's going on there, but It's not like 2 years. We could potentially do it in 6 to 9 months to get the plan change in. And we're already doing the work on it. So we're already doing some work on gathering up information on consultants working away at the moment, trying to put together the details for the chapter section 32 report. So that'll be reusable. We'll probably need to revisit it in the 2 years from now to get it in. So I just want to be clear about some of those timeframes, and also just on the dollar figures. Those dollar figures are subject to pretty much what you guys decide. So we heard some numbers. Those numbers could move drastically depending on what you want to have in that chapter. So there's just a few points there. Just I'd like to clear this.
Thank you for that. We'll put the motion.
Are we able to have an adjournment to get the wording right? Because I think that the current motion doesn't reflect the matters raised by staff, and
Then we have to vote it down.
if we had an adjournment, then we could change the current motion if the mover and seconder were in agreement, and then we could vote on that but on the basis of what staff have just provided us. Because the wording, just the last part of the motion says after the proposed district plan becomes operative. However, what the staff have just introduced in terms of information is if we remove that part of the motion, then it could become workable, but I don't want to propose amendments off the hook without first discussion that would start to make sure it's deliverable.
All right.
Have a toilet break.
We will adjourn for 10 minutes until 11:15.
Thank you. We can run the live stream as well, please, Karen.
to our meeting. We had a brief adjournment so that our mover and seconder of item 6.1 could put up new wording for us to vote on, and they've both agreed to do so with consultation of staff. The new motion reads that council approve the development of a draft financial contributions chapter. This allows flexibility for us to explore what it looks like in our upcoming workshop. It doesn't discount us potentially getting in there a little bit earlier, but it will give staff the flexibility and us the flexibility to make further decisions and also saves us from potentially voting down and then having an amendment and then having another amendment and all of this stuff. So we'll put that to a vote, please. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, and the motion is carried. We'll now move to, sorry, I know your agenda has a way to it, but we are going to go to item 6.5 on page 122 now. The appointment for the Āne Maritime Development Expert Consenting Panel. Just moving this here because our manuhiri have been waiting for this item itself, so you might go for us to bump to that in the meeting. Now we've got a recommendation which has not been populated with the name. My assumption is that we need to populate that with the name as council.
Sorry?
The recommendation. We can't do 6 X's.
Correct. So
happy to take.
Can I please withdraw from this because I consider myself conflicted?
Thank you for that. Can I have that noted for Councillor Hall, please?
I've already expressed a very strong view on Rangitane, so I have withdrawn from it as well.
Thank you, and Deputy Shepherd. Will there be any of us left? Anyone else? All right.
I haven't quite finished my assignment, so I have to withdraw my name. Need to pass the assessment. So.
Thank you. Could I please get a mover for this motion?
Before we move, can I just are we expressly going to appoint a councillor, or are we going to exercise the right to recommend the appointment of someone else within our law? That stuff, of course.
So Felicity is available.
Councillor Hall, are you interested in being a council appointed panel member for this? Otherwise, it will have to go external.
You know him to accept the nomination.
You need to move the motion. Then I will move that council nominate Councillor Felicity Boyd to be considered as a panel member on the Rangitane Maritime Development Consenting Panel. If I could get a seconder for that, please. Thank you, Councillor Haukia Harawira. Some opening commentary. I do take the fact that we've had a deputation in the Rangitane Presidents Association today. Just highlighting the frustration around this item itself. This item itself come through council a number of times. Was a polarising item around whether or not we as a council in the previous term should or should not be supporting something like this or going for something like this. We're at where we're at today, and we've been asked, because this has been fast-tracked, to put someone forward as a panel member for that consenting panel for it to go through. I sympathise with our community that because of it being fast-tracked, it doesn't go through the normal public open submission process. So I very much do sympathise with you for that. What I do understand about fast-tracking is that fast-tracking doesn't always mean that something is going to get over the line easier. And the advice we've always received around fast-tracking, the previous fast-track, I don't know, I can't speak to what the new fast-tracking legislation will do anything. But the previous government's fast-tracking was actually that sometimes it can be incredibly more stringent with what comes through as a result of the deliberations that panellists have to do around whether or not something should go ahead or what may in fact would need to be taken into account and all of that sort of thing. So I know that there isn't what members of our community want to hear, but if it's any form of, what would you say, alleviation to the fact that we have to go through this process, there it is. We've got Councillor Boyd, who has put her name forward for this. Councillor Boyd, I think, is incredibly well placed to be able to be one of the panellists to this and to take all things into consideration. So I'm happy to support her nomination for this. Councillor Hau, kia ora harawira. Councillor Rowditch.
I want to nominate Steve McNally.
I'll have to decline. Thank you for the nomination, because I haven't completed that course yet. I don't think it says yet you've completed it.
You have to complete it to be a commissioner.
Yeah. It does say in there that whether the nominee has completed the Resource Management Act, making good decisions, Commissioner, and to note their experience on hearing panels. Part of the reason I haven't completed it is we've been a bit busy with and long-term plan and things like that. And then the other thing they ask for is any potential conflicts of interest and time commitments relating to the project. My time commitments, I can't even complete this course due to the time commitment. So the opportunity to turn off the Ringatani hearings thing eliminates me, really. I just, I can't go. I do believe Councillor Foy is the most qualified in the room for it anyway. And I just have one question though. In the delegation this morning, the gentleman that put that up, sorry, I forgot your name. You mentioned no community input. My understanding is you get absolute input through that process of a hearing. Is that correct? Can someone update me?
Well, do you have any staff members who could potentially respond to that question around the process?
Sorry if I had a legal comment on that.
I'm sorry, no, I can't. Not across the staff.
Clarify that a little. I think what John was meaning there is in terms of the concept of the idea. We certainly had the opportunity to put a submission through to the Environment Court, yes. But in terms of the development of the idea.
Does progress to your point where you feel to be no community input? But you'd get it at this next stage by going to the hearing?
Well, presumably we've already had it.
All right. Thank you. But thanks, Matty, for the suggesting me, but I'll have to decline. Thank you.
In any case, we've moved this recommendation would have to fail before we use another name. Deputy Administrator. And then Councillor Research.
At the risk of destroying our rekindled friendship, I have to speak again on this.
Hasn't she withdrawn?
Sorry, I'm speaking to the resolution.
Sorry, Deputy Administrator, I thought you had raised the conflict of interest on this item at the beginning.
I withdrew my name, not from the debate. Yeah, sorry. Hey, everybody. Oh, having flashbacks and post-traumatic stress from Tuesday. So I withdrew my name because of where I sat on the votes for Rangitane in the last triennium. So it doesn't sit comfortably with me that another councillor has kept their name in there, considering where they stood on the position of Rangitane when it came to the table for voting twice. So I do have to vote against it, and I have no issue with Councillor Foy's ability to do the panel, and I just don't think it would hold us up in high integrity if and the decision would lack integrity. If somebody that had a stance on that development had voted a certain way.
Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, my concerns were, and it always has been, is that the local residents and community, including the local buffers and the DB, have had their voice heard. So really, that's what I'm saying to Councillor Foy, that concern, a fair hearing is really important on both sides. Secondly, is my other concern, which I'm not satisfied with, is alleviated, but I might add that's got nothing to do with this, but it's an overall financial risk that we are facing. Will this be, go ahead? Because I don't know if the costs actually spent up very well, but I don't know if the major costs overrun. That's something for the CE keep an eye on, because I do know that any other overruns are on our council. But that's a separate concern. And I find that when community involved, generally the outcomes and the costs are far better overall. But I'll also skip in on that.
Councillor Akina.
Kia ora, whanua e katoa I ngā kōrero ko puta I a koe, moko, rase ko pai kiali. Ka aroha ki te ropi ki te whānau ko tatu mai I tēnei rā me tā rātou kā ki te whakahe, ki te whakakore. I ēnei mahi. Kia hau nei kei hia te mana pori, te mana o te reo ke roto I te hapuri ko tau mai. Ki te whakapori I ēnei mahi. Hāpua ta tātou I tēnei wā I tiro nei ki te whakaitanga kia noho ko te ingoa Councillor Foy. Ki tēnei ko tātou he tuku atu I taku aroha me te waku mihi ki ngā tāngata ko tau mai I tēnei raotira te hapu me te ingo o te rawa.
Nā koe. Right, I don't have a right of reply, so we'll put the recommendation to vote. All those in favour say aye.
What are we voting on?
Councillor Foy, all those in favour say aye. Those opposed?
Against, record it, please.
Councillor Radich, Deputy Mayor Stratford, and abstentions from Councillor Kapa, Councillor Foy, and Councillor Court, and Councillor Akina. Did you get that? Has this passed or should we?
So,
Abstentions from Councillors Kapa, Foy, and Court, against Councillors Radich and Deputy Mayor Stratford, and and Councillor Akina was an abstention, and the rest of us are for.
5-2.
5-2. The motion is carried. We will now move to items. One more piece of paper. Thank you very much for coming with the questions. Thank you. And all the best with the next steps on this process. Thank you. We'll move to item 6.2 on page 61. Alcohol control bylaw continuation. The recommendation is that we agree to continue alcohol control and give our chief executive the ability to make minor changes for grammar, spelling, review dates or formatting.
I'm going to continue my musical chairs if you don't mind, Your Worship. That's a like you've been chair, please. Report.
Okay. I'll move by Councillor McNally, seconded by Deputy Stratford. Outstanding, Roger. So I'm wondering if before we get into things, you might want to speak or really.
Just briefly, I'm up here with Donald Schiller. He's the author and actually the all the work on the same file. This is standard practice for us. This is about ensuring that we keep ahead of our reviews files, and of those of you who've been here a while, we realised that we weren't in a very good place a few years ago. So the team is doing a job to make sure that we're doing our reviews in time. So this was reviewed in time. It was a 5-year review based on the 2018 bylaw. We have a couple of consultations, the information's in here about what we got back from the commission. Majority of people who came back, 8 or 9, you can see a little bit, came back and we're in agreement with this. So really, for us, it's we're here to take some questions on this, but we're at the end of this review to continue the bylaw as is.
That's it. Councillor McNally.
No, I know it's a judicial review, 30th of December. We'll be on with it.
Deputy Magistrate, please.
Thanks, Roger, and Donald. I just want to know the timeline for the review of the areas. But before we get to that, I'd also like to say there was a hearing for Liquor Outlet here about a month ago, and I saw, and if anyone else was able to attend, you would have seen firsthand why a alcohol bylaw is needed. For example, in the area adjacent to the Kaikohe Library, without a bylaw, police aren't allowed to enforce. But I do like the point that they raised in their comments that, you know, the bylaw is a tool. They might not always need to enforce it, but it's there if needed. So when things escalate over here, they will get caught and they have that tool in their back pocket. And Roger just has to answer that question. Timeline for review of the areas, please.
And for the review of the areas, we've already started gathering evidence. The key part of the evidence is because the police enforce the bylaw, it's obtaining evidence from the police, and we put in an ORA request to them, and that is underway. We're expecting within a few weeks to get extremely detailed feedback on each of our 23 areas. The amount of the police word is mayhem that's gone down in those areas. And on that basis, that'll help us make those decisions. We've also included not only the 23 areas where there are current alcohol control areas, but our environmental monitoring team, it's called the environmental health team, have also suggested there are a few other areas that appear to be gaps, such as Monganui, etc. So we've asked for information on that as well. Once we get that information, we'll have a sit down with the police and with public health unit and our own officers to look at where we go, and then the plan of attack is to come back to the community boards because it requires local community input. Our idea is to also run a quite a detailed survey of the public where they can pinpoint on maps areas where they have noticed alcohol-related crime and disorder happening, might be a particular playground or whatever. And so to cut to the chase, it's going to take, it's this year that that's going to happen. It might be a bit of divide and conquer. Might be some of the more major areas first, such as Paihia and Kaikohe, etc. But it's basically this year that we're planning to do all that work to review those areas.
Just further to that, you will, not just community, but with our partners, Union Hopping.
Absolutely, yes.
And you've already got relationships with
the board. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Kia Haruida.
Kia ora. I'd like to add Lake Ngāti to this list.
Yep.
It's been a concern for over 10 years now about the number of people that are drinking but actually smashing bottles and leaving it so that our kids, we have about 250 paddlers using the lake a week, in different stages of the year. But we're really concerned about the drinking, the burnouts. Yes, I'd just like to add that to the list. I think I've sent a letter already. It might have been in the submission, and that's on behalf of a number of clubs, Ranoni Sports Club.
We have other people not speaking when Whānau is speaking. It's rude.
So I know that at school you used to get in trouble for passing notes, but if you could pass notes to each other rather than.
Okay, and hopefully that will happen this year, because I'd like it to be put in the list, and even a bit about the Kaikoura Library. I just don't think it's acceptable that people think, it's okay to do all this sort of stuff around young kids. But for Lake Ngaru, the damage is the kids that are actually getting cut by the broken glass that people smash when they leave. And it's also a concern of all the locals as well, not just the Wakaama clubs. Yes, and I'd like to say that if I'm speaking, I respect when I listen to other people, and I don't expect to be undermined under people's breaths while I'm talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Becky. No doubt across our community, there are a number of settlements that would potentially like to get added as alcohol control areas as well. Not so much Mokuku, some of our Doubtless Bay settlements that we've got along that strip there, some of our other Hokianga settlements. In some of these areas we have every single street in the town. For others we only have the town centre. For others we have the town centre and arterials. As a part of that review of these areas, I would love to ensure that we have a framework around when and why and how we apply this to specific communities, so that when I look at it, I think, why did we choose that? Or how was this decided for this town, but for this town we've decided this? And it's probably because we've had add-ons or different communities coming together to make this, but it's actually not quite clear around what framework exists to be able to decide in that space. But I know it will be getting reviewed anyway. We'll go to Councillor Research. Thank you.
I apologise. Mr. Councillor, you're going to put it to the vote. I just had a question. Why did it raise the in Kaikoura, the library square, which has been a subject of a lot of complaints of drinking? But when I look at the map, it is zoned up here, I believe, to be not in not an alcohol control area. Is that correct? And secondly, so two questions, and the second one, just touching on what Walter has already said, is that we can add to this later if there's other communities that have issues and things that they've raised, there is an opportunity. Is that correct? So that's two questions.
I'll answer both questions. I'd have to look at the map, which is actually in the report, to check on the library square. But that's the sort of thing that we would obviously be looking at. Second question, yes, the alcohol control areas are made by resolution, not like the formal bylaw review. So we can add to or take away. For example, some of the areas we might see that there's not much actually going down, and we might say that's no longer an alcohol bylaw, alcohol control area. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed? Or abstention?
What does that mean for Lake Ngātu? Wait for a review, or can it be added now instead of?
That is a part of the areas review. We can't add it. We can't just add something by this resolution. Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll now move to, thank you. Now move to item 6.3 on page 106. The statement of proposal for the transfer of the independent qualified persons IQPs register to I'm happy to move if I get a second though. So, research. Trent. Welcome to Council Chambers, mate. Did you have anything you wanted to contribute to your report before we get into any question?
No, if everyone read the report, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we can just get straight into it.
Thank you, Councillor Research.
Yeah, and no real comments, as Trent says, it's quite self-explanatory, and it appears that the other councils have made that decision, so we'll be in an awkward spot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor McNally.
Oh, no, it's just
Very Stratford.
Keep on stand up for me. Yeah, so ours was previously carried out by Whangirei. They've moved theirs to Auckland. We have to pretty much do the same. Otherwise, we have to set up everything else in-house, which will cost us money. Yep, sweet.
Anybody want to interrogate Trent? I don't know, make his. Yes, please.
Because he's dressed up for us.
I know, yeah. No, it looks like if,
do we have a
report speaks for itself. Put it to a vote, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried.
Abstention, yeah.
Abstention from a councillor. Thank you very much. Now move to item 6.4. The ground lease to Doubtless Bay Sea Scouts East Street Piper. The recommendation is for us to approve the account to Scouts Aotearoa and for a term of 15 years, 5 + 5 + 5. I'm happy to move. I'd like to put a second. Thank you, Councillor Peskovich. This has been through our community board. They can't sign it off themselves, so it comes up to us. The process is going through. I think that I would be surprised if we didn't support something that's already been one of our layers of governance. But I'm happy to pass over if there are anything specific that you wanted to raise from the paper.
The chat, nothing in specific. We had 15 submissions from the public consultation that was carried out, all were in support. None of them wanted to speak when requested for the community board. So I have no concerns to bring up.
Thank you. Community Board Chair Gardner, was there anything you wanted to highlight for this paper?
No, just that's
Councillor Peskovich is seconder.
which we supported it.
Thank you.
Nothing to
Right, we'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions, motion is carried. We now move to item 6.6, 122nd. Committee recommendations and resolutions. Now, just before we move this one, can I just get some clarification from the start? We did move this, but following that, we had an urgent workshop because there was timelines involved, and at that workshop, we came where it was found that we did not need to have this resolution. Given that, I feel we should leave this to line.
No, we should. I recommend we note the recommendation and await update following next Te Kuaka ruling.
Which is where we landed at our workshop.
Yeah, I'll send you the words. Come up with.
That's what we're going to do.
No, we're not required to do anything. We've already, well, in any case, it doesn't matter because we've already signed off our consultation.
That's right. So the council acknowledged the request from Te Kuaka, through the chair, sorry.
Yeah.
The council acknowledged the request from the Te Kuaka Te Ao Māori Committee and note that an elected member workshop where the chair of Te Kuaka Te Ao Māori Committee was present held has confirmed that this item is not meant to be included in the LCC consultation document. The options to address rating debt is for CEO delegation.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. With no further commentary, members. Put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Motion is carried. We'll now move to item 7.2 on page 163. Council open resolutions update for March 2024. I'm happy to move if I could get a seconder. Councillor Akina. Councillor Akina, anything to highlight from our open resolutions? Open the floor. All right, we put it to a vote. Councillor Radich.
I just want to know, Mayor Moka, why isn't the sequel of the progress in there on the next resolutions? I'm stunned by this. There must be millions and millions of dollars. No one knows what's going on. Millions.
Yes.
Sweetwater Agri.
Chief Executive, I am hearing on the side here that because that has been discussed in the public excluded sections of our meetings, it won't be present in our public open resolutions. Is what I'm standing. Hoping if today you could perhaps give us an update on progress, at least for members' sake and public excluded. I'll wait for it.
Could have just on page 165 to note in the Marco Steering to update that the small agreement has been signed. And it's open.
And then it was circulated to the steering group.
Councillor
On page 174, it talks about investment for housing for the elderly in the resolution December 2023. However, it fails to recognise the previous, I'm not sure, 4 motions that gave direction to council to divest housing for the elderly. And there's no milestones at all in there, just noting receiving. And that needs to be updated from our CO to reflect all of the council resolutions and the dates which go back years. So that give direction to start to divest the housing.
No note be made in our minutes so that one can be followed up on. Thank you. We'll put the motion to the vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. You now heard on item 7.3 on page 171. Mayor and councillors' reports. The recommendation is that council note the report submitted by myself, Stretford, and councillors Harawira and councillor Ford. I will move. I can get a seconder. Seconded by councillor Lusich. Acknowledging the fact that this is our first lot of reporting members' reports for the year. Gold stickers to Deputy Mayor Stratford, Councillor Haukiard, Harawira and Councillor Cord. Part of our midterm review, I'll be looking to increase all of their remuneration and decrease everyone else's, because they're the only ones who have done their homework.
I'll second that.
But in all fairness, at the start of this term, we agreed for everyone to be on the same remuneration level, and that we would equally share out the roles and responsibilities that we have in our bundle at the governance level. A part of that was a request by myself so that I can see how you're getting on, so that members of the public can see how you're getting on, and submit a members' report to each council meeting. We have one of the highest remuneration levels for council out of rural and provincial councils in this country. As councillors, district councillors, you are the highest paid in Northern. I have an expectation as mayor that you will submit a members' report to every single council meeting so that I can see what you've been doing, so that I can go through it and see if there are any gaps in our organisation, or if your portfolio meetings haven't been happening, that I can follow those sorts of things up. Now, I know that you are all incredibly busy. I'm also incredibly busy. To believe it. Actually, if you read my report, you'll see exactly how busy I have been. I don't dictate how you do your report, but what I do expect is that you do submit some form of report to our council meetings. So, to our gold stars today, thank you very much. To the rest, I look forward to reading your reports at our next council meeting so that we can, and the public can, have better transparency about how you are working for them. And given our midterm review, we are not looking to change our remuneration levels. I expect everybody to be pulling the weight in the same way to help us in our roles as elected representatives for the Far North District Council. The Remuneration Authority does not allow, we have community board chairs and community board members who all submit community members' reports to their meetings. Their remuneration is a pittance, but the work that they do is huge. Please, council, get your reports done. We'll make sure our GGs have got extensive reminders within there. If you think you need help and to come into the office and sit down at the desk and have a piece of paper that you fill in to get it done, then we can arrange that. But I expect that you will. Now that's my hoha, here's my koha. In my report, I've highlighted a little bit of the work through the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. I just want to go on to page 192, where Mayor's Task Force for Jobs had a report done on the social return on investment from each dollar spent in the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs program. We've been really lucky in the Far North to be up this program, and we have had 2 tranches of funding now. The first was the value of $350,000. We just had another $150,000 spent in our district. Now you times that by $5.60. That's the return of that money coming into this council and getting, I think, the latest 55 outcomes in the previous tranche of funding. 55, rangatahi not employment, educational training, getting back into work, sustainable employment. We add to that our current numbers from my update this week. We are sitting at 27 outcomes for this financial year so far. 27 families who have been positively affected by this funding we've been able to tap into through the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, now having those rangatahi in sustainable employment in our district. This is a fantastic program that I just really wanted to highlight in my report, and that is still ongoing. We have funding secured for the next financial year, and then the advocacy and going to hustle Auntie Nicola down in Wellington, who hold all of the money, and Louise Upston as our Minister for Social Development to continue this program. But it speaks for itself, and I just really wanted to take the time to highlight that with you all. But I also have put in there the program from our young elected members that we held up here just before the Christmas break. It was a fantastic conference, the best ever. And that's not being biased because Local Government New Zealand did a survey. And the survey says that there was a 9.8 total scoring for the conference. And I think the 0.2 was for people who got a little bit car sick on their way to Opononi on the bus. So it was a fantastic program, and I just really want to thank staff for the support to be able to host those 50 young elected members from around the country up here. So in order to host that, we had to contribute as a host council $10,000 to be able to do that. Now, the return on that money, I think the overall budget was $80,000 to $100,000. That all got spent back here. So that return has come back. But guess what? We did so well at running this that we actually got some money back because we made a profit on the conference. So I think we have received back around $6,000 to our council from the success of this conference. So it ended up only costing us about $4,000 with around $100,000 spent here. I would love to be able to explore more ways to be meaningfully involved with our networks across the country throughout our partnerships with local government New Zealand. And just really wanted to highlight that in my as well. Councillor Husic, you were seconded if you wanted to speak at all. The floor, Councillor Akina.
Pano tēnei te tuku whakapāha ki a koe kore tāke, ani te tuku piri pōta. Tōkina te runga nā ki a tūne kai taungira tāro ki tāna kia koe auro tui ne mahi, moera me eki. Tōra.
Any further comments? We put it to a vote. Those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. What I'll do now is resolve for us to move into public exclusion. Then we will go. Sorry, no, I won't. I won't get much. So then, that's where Sean can stay. So with that, we will break for lunch. 40 minutes. If everyone could be back here at 20 to 1. We could leave 4 hours. Back to our council meeting. We now be going into the public exclusion section of our meeting. So I will move that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. 8.1, confirmation of previous minutes. 8.2, 11 Matthews Avenue, Kaitaia. We do have a public excluded reputation centre trust. That is Brenda Kite, who, as part of this resolution, will be admitted to the PX part of our meeting for that part. Item 8.3, the solid waste services contract award. We have two consultant, a director and consultant from Morrison Lowe, and a principal advisor from the Macau Group, who is joining our public excluded meeting virtually for those items. Item 8.4, the community facilities operations and maintenance contract. We will have a senior consultant. Do you need the names for this? No, it's on. Oh, there we go. It's up on the screen. Who will be admitted into the PX section of this meeting. For all those items, we also have item 8.5, John Butler, Senior Farnell District Council lease renewal, 8.6, committee resolutions, and 8.7, pre-executive review committee general employment matters in the public excluded section of this meeting. Thank you, Councillor Kapa. Any queries? We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? And that is carried. Confirmation we now launch the spot.
Was it just confirmation?
Thank you and welcome back to our council meeting. In public exclusion, we had a number of items go over the line. Those will be staying in PX for the time being. A few of them are contracts that need to be finalised and what have you. What we will be releasing though is 8.6, our committee recommendations and resolutions, which was funding that council put over across to see the feeding and enforcement site, which lost 2 young boys in the farm over the summer, made safe. So I think that's something that we can look forward to seeing as an outcome for our communities there. I will close us off with karakia. Kia tau kia tata katoa te atapai o tō tātou ari ki o te ukurai timi karaho te atua me te whiwhinga tahi. Wairua tapu ake ake. Amen. Thank you.
You didn't.
I got final piece.